Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? And yeah, you're fine. Nice, nice. I'm fine too. A little bit tired though, so I'm not sure how long today's stream is gonna be. We will see. But yeah, today we will continue what we started yesterday, or continued yesterday. Anyway, we need to put a bunch of stuff in the actual Kubernetes secrets, because right now the values that were not supposed to be exposed can be easily exposed within the Kubernetes dashboard or just by inspecting the Kubernetes objects easily. So yeah, this is something that I want to do today. So for example, Elastic username and password. I don't think we actually made that work. Actually, we did. But yeah, I didn't commit that yet. So probably it's a good idea to start here, move username and password into a secret, make this load the data from the secret. And we're gonna leave the URL exposed. That's not a problem. So that's gonna be our first goal. And then we also need to do the same for what? 1 sec. Yeah, for the databases. That's another thing. Probably again, just username and password, because right now I've put all this section, this whole section, into a secret. Actually, no, I think that was, no, that was a secret. So let me see. Yeah, this one. It's not the way to do that. I don't like this approach. It's easier to have just a single secret for all 4 database credentials, even for credentials for 4 separate databases that we use. But it's not the right way to do that. So we're not going to do that. So yeah, this needs to be gone. But yeah, let's start with this. Since we are not yet finished with it, it should be easy to do. So enable Elastic login, Elastic endpoint, Elastic username and password. This will become Elastic credentials secret name, right? The same needs to be here instead of these two. And so here, this should be a value from, right? Do I have an example? Yeah, I actually think I do. Yeah, it needs to be exactly like this. So I did start using the secret in the Flux repository, but not in the Helm chart. Now I need to integrate that into the Helm chart. So Elastic username, password, the name of that is gonna be this. On the instance level, default to the app level. No other defaults. And it needs to be quoted. And we take the username from it, and here we take the password from it. Okay. Easy enough. And so we need to create a secret. So probably it's a good idea to add that to the README. Bah. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna add that to the Flux README because this is technically optional. But okay, also what's this? I renamed this. Did I change it in the Flux repository? Platform config config map name. Yes, it's there. It's local. Yes, it's matching. Okay, good. Didn't commit that yet. Yeah, I started working on this. Then I decided to move that to the chart. In the chart, I decided to use a username and password from the values directly. And then I decided to, no, that's another good idea. So, okay, I remember now. Okay. This is gonna be it here. Then here it's also done. And then we're gonna move this away from here. Instead, we need to define these three values. So the secret name, let's see. Yeah, this. And I already added that to README. Okay, good. Username, password. Okay, good. And let's disable that. No, actually I need to take a look into that, because I need to see how these secrets are being applied. So I guess our app gonna output some errors for a moment, but that's okay. Actually, it shouldn't. That should be covered by analog, and it should just silently fail. Okay. So this should be good enough. Now, what's the other to-dos? The database credentials, yeah. Well, and yeah, this is gonna be much more complex. So yeah, my idea is we load separate portions of this connection string into environment variables. Then we compose it from the environment variables. Let's copy this portion, for example. So this is going to be login DB host. No, this is going to be username. And yeah, this one is a little weird. Something like that, credential secret name. This is how we specify the thing for credential secret name. Username. Password. And we need like an actual values here. So something like login db host. That should be conditional actually. Like that. So that's our host. TestDB. If it's not TestDB, we use the host. Then what? Let's copy this. Login DB port. Let's type it this. Okay. So host, port, database. Username and password. Okay. So that's for the login DB, and now we need to actually compose the connection string, which is going to be just a value now. Probably can copy my local connection string. It's gonna be easier. And then here we embed the actual. Wait, let me double check that this is the way. Yeah. So here we compose the connection string by embedding this thing. So login host, login DB port, database, username, and password. Okay. So we can get rid of this. Now we need to do the same for the login log database. This is annoying, but yeah, I have no idea how to like create the helper template for stuff that I'm doing here. probably I can't. So let's just... Oh, probably I can, but yeah. I tried it yesterday, it didn't work. I didn't want to spend any more time, and it was really hard to read. So yeah, I ended up with this thing. So now we need to replace login.db with login log.db. Then we need to replace login.db connection with login log.db connection. Right, so those are the values. And we need to replace the name of the connection string. I need to fix my environment variables a little bit. Like get rid of the dots, replace them with colons, so then in the environment variable we can replace them with double underscore. But okay, that's maybe for later. So that goes the login log. Yeah. And then I need to do the same for the world and world log. So let's copy this. So login.db gets replaced with world.db. But yeah, actually like putting the whole connection string into a single secret would be way easier. But unfortunately I need the separate values to be able to connect from Liquibase. So yeah, it's gonna be a little bit big, but should be fine. So now we replace this thing. And we replace the environment variable name. And we do the same for the log database. So all.db gets replaced with our old log.db. And all.db connection gets replaced by this. And also the connection string. Okay, we can get rid of this. Okay, something like that should be good. Right, then we also need to do this for Liquibase. So let's copy these two environment variables. And we have our init container somewhere above. Yeah, db username, db password. This needs to be... Yeah, I cannot copy all of that, but I can copy this. So username gets replaced by that. Password gets replaced by that. Same here. And the same for these ones. Okay. I think we are good. So now Liquibase, Ymirheim login DB connection. We have that loaded from the credential secret name. For log, that's the same for login log DB connection. Username, password. Okay. For wall DB connection, the same username, password. Looks good. Login log DB connection, password, username. Okay, looks good. So now we replace that in here. Also, let's not use schema at all. Host database credentials. Host database credentials. Host database credentials. We do use port, which is optional. Okay. And yeah, even for the test database, oh no. So for test database, we also need to put the thing into a secret. Okay, let's do that. Credentials, secret name. So if we use test database, what do we specify? TestDB username and password. TestDB username and password. Maybe we do create this secret manually. Okay, so we need to do the same value from thing in here. So user value from, this is values testDB, credential secret name, and the same for the password. So this now will not start without a secret already existent, so it needs to be created ahead of time, right? I could automatically generate it for the test database, but I think it's better if we actually make the consumer of the chart use that. So something like this. If using a test database, create a secret with credentials for it, or create the same kind of credentials to access external databases referenced in the values. So create secret. This is now gonna be different. I can actually copy that from here. We use the same structure with username and password. And this is going to be Ymirheim server DB credentials. Okay. While we add that, we also need to create external DB credentials. So like, we're not gonna use this anymore. We will actually define that structure in the values file, but we need to create the secrets. External DB credentials. We're gonna just do this. So this is login DB credentials, login log. Asker world DB credentials, Asker world log DB credentials. Like that. So we need 4 of those for our real setup. We need to get rid of that. So this file now goes away. This file goes away from the git ignore. This file gets copied into the actual values here. We can comment out the testDB for now. And here we need host database credential secret name. Actually, host port database credential secret name. So no, we already have the host. Something like that. Actually, I want to, yeah, swap these two around. World asker, not asker world. Wait. Yes, okay. Now this file can be deleted. It was referenced somewhere here. So now we get rid of that. And this username and password needs to be replaced. How do we call this? Like that. Okay. This looks good. This looks good. So let's double check everything. So, yeah, this becomes extremely big. Not sure. I don't think I can optimize this. There is some good code duplication, but it's for a reason. I need to actually fetch the correct value from the correct section of the value, depending on the value defined on the instance level. I don't think I can optimize this as a template or something. So I'm gonna leave that for now. So let's see. Init containers, game data, that stays the same. Login, database, same kind of host creation, port, username. Now we take that from the credentials secret, username and password. The same for the other three databases as well. And then here, host gets generated, import db name username. We take that from the secret. Password, we take that from the secret. And we build a connection string from the values defined above. Okay, the same for login DB. Good, and vault DB. We can login, and vault log. Okay, this looks good. We also have this elastic credentials. Again, just username and password looks good. This is for the test database. In the values, we have that. Let me actually copy this section to here. And just comment it out. Okay, the problem is now we have 3 different changes. I would like to commit them as separate commits. So first of all, these 2 get renamed, right? Let's add that. And that. And we should have the corresponding changes. Wait. In the config, right? I think we already did that and I just didn't rename. No, actually I didn't. Okay, good. So I need to commit that, and all of this. Okay, so this is, we renamed the platform config and local config. Those are now named properly. Platform and local config file. Config map name option values renamed. Okay, we have that. Then what? Have the username and password for the database. So let's do that. So this, and this can be staged. And this. That's elastic. We don't care about that at the moment. So in the stateful set, now we have that. Can I stage everything and then unstage a section? I can't. Well, stupid VS Code. I guess we're gonna stage that one by one. Actually, no, I'm gonna use a proper UI for that. By proper, I mean another glitchy thing. But at least it's easier to do it here. I can just select all of that, except elastic, and stage that. And stage testdb, and the readme as well. At least it's faster, way faster. Okay, so let's see. Unstage changes, we have elastic endpoint. And here, elastic endpoint. Okay. Oops, this is not correct. It should be called enable elastic login. Let me verify that that's what we actually use. Yeah. Okay. And stage changes are everything that is related to the secrets for the database. So in the meantime, I need to spin up my Minikube. Actually, not this. I need an admin prompt. Well, let's start and we can continue reviewing. Yeah, looks good. So this is hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. So this is proper database, right? Database credentials moved to the secrets. And the third one is the elastic login. Looks good. Looks good. So this elastic login configuration. Let's open the dashboard. Let's push that to the repository. So now I need to check that this actually works. Also, I forgot to change the dev YAML file. So this would be, the only change should be this one, credentials. That should be enough for the test database. And this testdb gets referenced all of in all of these components. Okay, good. Okay, looks good. So now I need my dashboard. Something's failing. What's failing? No, it's not anymore. Okay, good. So first of all, kubectl get node. That's Minikube. Okay, so we're right now connected to the Minikube, and we can test our wait, our test chart. So, first of all, Helm uninstall this release. This should be gone now. Okay, good. Now, Helm template this. What? What? Chart file? I should have deleted that. Wait, that's Prometheus. Wait, what? .NET Monitor? Oh, I'm stupid and running that in my user folder. Okay, Helm template this. Actually, this should be the example template. It's not the dev that we're gonna deploy, but let's take a look what it does from the beginning. It's big now. So service account, service for the gateway. Login, so all the services that is untouched. Now I have the stateful set, so for the gateway, nothing changes. We don't have the migration init containers, we have just the game data, which we technically don't need for the gateway, but maybe in the future we will, so I'm gonna leave that. Now the main container. That looks good. Ports. Now for the login, we now have the migrate init container, which is the Liquibase image. DB driver, DB host, port, username. It's not using the secret. Oh, because yeah, that there is. So what does it use? Wait. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, this template is invalid technically. But okay, that's fine. We just need to use values dev. Now we can check the actual config. You're feeling hot? It's actually pretty pleasant here today. So gateway, nothing changes here. We have the open telemetry. That's good. Login. So now we need to pay attention. So we are configured for the test DB right now, right? I didn't create the secret yet. So that's gonna be a problem. But at least it's referenced. So the secret is referenced. Port, username from secret. Password from secret. Okay, looks good. Okay, credentials are done. Container, this is the main container. Okay, login DB host, login DB port, name, username from the same secret, password. Did I Yeah, there is the log migration. Okay, good. And that gets combined here in the connection string. Okay, open telemetry, sure. So yeah, looks good so far. Looks good so far. Now I do need to create a secret. So let's do that. This is gonna be, I don't know, test db pass, just something random for now. Test db user. We created secret. Let's see. Yes, that's fine. So the secret is there. Now we can try to actually install this. And see what happens. So far so good. No errors coming from Kubernetes manifest application. So login and vault abandoned because of the migration probably. Also, I just realized I'm probably using the old revision. So it could die actually. So just in case I need to... Wait, this is not it. This one needs to be updated. But okay, it is created. So probably I tested the previous image. Should be good. Hello, doll. How you doing? So yeah, this looks good. Now we can inspect the login container. Did it connect? Now I don't see because I don't have the debug thing. But yeah, if it didn't die, yeah, on this stage it contacts the database. If it didn't die, then everything looks good. The migration looks good. It's actually executed. So yeah, we have the connection to the database. And let's take a look. So containers. Here we shouldn't see any actual logins or passwords. All of that should be secret. Yeah, login DB password is a secret. If I click it, yeah, test DB pass. But yeah, now it's properly hidden. So yeah, this looks good. And the same is for the migration containers. Nice. Username and password are hidden. And I also want to test this one. But for this one, I need to create the credentials, right? Well, I guess we can just deploy and see if that works. So it should be good. I just want to update this dev file. Right. And we also need to create a new chart version. 014. And we're gonna update it also in here, in Flux. So this is Helm chart version bump. And we push that. Okay, so let's wait for it now to finish. Don't do the same mistake we did yesterday when the whole Flux thing halted. Oh, I wanted to actually see what's the database creation time. Yeah, now it's 17 seconds. Nice. And the server compilation time was 14 seconds. So Liquibase still takes most of the time, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. This is how Liquibase works, I guess. Actually, no, wait. We're not executing Liquibase at that stage. Why is it taking so long? SQL, Liquibase Docker file. Yeah, we just use the Liquibase base image, create the folder, we put our files in there, we put the migrate script in there, and we put the, wait for it. Okay, so we can optimize this slightly. We can put wait for it before our other stuff. But what's wrong? Why is it taking so long? It should be all cached and it's not. I don't know. 17 seconds to build such a small image. Weird. All of that is actually cached. So what does it take? Why does it take so long? Is it just because of the size of the Liquibase image? I guess. Because the CI doesn't cache it. Yeah, I think so. No, it actually pull in layer. I don't know. Yeah. I think it's just the Liquibase image is so big for some weird reason that it actually takes more time to download and then upload the resulting image than to do the same for the whole .NET application. Let's take a look. Hub docker.com Liquibase. They do have Alpine image. Maybe that's quicker. I don't know. What is Eclipse Timorin? What the hell is that? Let's try Alpine image. So 431-Alpine. Maybe that's gonna be quicker. Let's see how much time does that take. Because technically I don't need anything. I can run on Alpine, no problem. But yeah, what is that image that they use in Eclipse Ymirheim GDK? Ah, okay. Actually, the build is failed. Coral not found. Coral not found. Okay, Alpine, install Coral. Docker Alpine, install Coral. Let's try that. What does wait for it needs? Does it use Coral? Or what does it use? Or does it use pin or something? Wait, what does it use? How does it initiate the connection? NC, I guess. Not sure if it's available out of the box in Alpine, but I guess we'll see. First, let's see if it builds at least. Still running. Okay, it's done. It was 34 seconds this time. Huh. I'm not sure what's quicker, but I guess I need to rebuild to see the actual time with the cache. So let's do that real quick. Okay, 8 seconds. Progress. Okay, good. So now it's 8 seconds. Now the main question is, will that work with wait for it script? Technically, I don't need it now, but I want to leave it in place. It's useful. So let's try updating this thing. So Helm upgrade that. And let's take a look. Hopefully it works. Let's take a look at login. Logs. Migrate. Okay. Wait for it script works. It works. All right. We made it quicker. And it actually works, which is great. Okay. So let's use that image now in here. Not gonna update, not gonna commit these changes yet. This is fine. So yeah, now we get back to Flux. So for Flux patch, we removed this thing, right? We updated this thing. We updated our chart revision. Good. Local config map name, that should be fine. Elastic credentials. Did I create those? So I need to switch again. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 config. Use context. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 get node. Yes. So now we are in our test cluster, some actual different nodes. So let's see. Pods. Okay, so that was running. That was running. So 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚁 get secret. 𝙽𝙴𝚁 get secret. Okay, so we have Ymirheim lab package credentials, registry key, server DB credentials. I don't remember creating that. But okay. So Yeah, I need to test these credentials, but I also need to test the testDB. But we actually already tested the testDB in the Minikube cluster. So now in this cluster, yeah, we now actually need these ones. So let's delete that secret. Server DB credentials. I don't remember that. kubectl delete secret deleted. But they're still running. So yeah, they are not using it, I think. Okay, good. So now we need 4 new credentials. And I'm just gonna use username and password. I'm too lazy to change all these commands. And do we have elastic? No, we need to create the elastic secret as well. So let's start with these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are there. And the elastic secret. Okay. That looks good. Do I need anything else? No. Think we're fine. So values patch. That's okay. Values. We now use that as our database. I mean, it's gonna fail. All the containers that connect to the databases, they will fail. But that's okay. We just need to test if the secrets actually work. And then we're gonna switch back to the testDB for now. So local conf dir config map name. Yes, that's that thing. Automatically created. A TLP matrix, elastic login. So did it create it? Yeah, I just created that. Elastic credentials. Okay. App image is our latest image. That's good. Latest chart release. We removed the thing from the git ignore. Okay. So let's stage all of that. I did not reference the databases. Let's do that. Again, it's gonna fail, but I want it to fail. So login. No, that's gateway. Okay, so login DB is that one. Login log DB is that one. World. Wait. This one and world log. Is this one. Okay, so now we need to set that for the zones as well. Looks good. Okay, so now we can commit that. So this is external DB credentials test. See if that works. Okay, so it recreates everything. That's a good sign. But yeah, it's going to fail on the login end on Vault at least. Yeah, I'm pretty sure right now it's waiting for the database connection to come up, but it's not gonna happen. So let's inspect. Let's actually do that here. Let's inspect workloads, stateful sets, zone persistent. Let's see the spec. Okay, so all the DB host is external Ymirheim world DB. DB name, username comes from a secret. Connection string gets evaluated. Okay, looks good. Elastic, again from the secret. Yeah, all of that looks good. All of that looks good. I'm just looking for anything else that doesn't belong in there that we can move to secrets or something. But I think we're good. Now our Flux setup is more consistent, so we actually define all the external addresses here in the values, like all the databases. We define OpenTelemetry endpoints, Elasticsearch endpoint. We define connections between the instances. We define the node selectors and how they are connected to each other as well. All of that now makes sense. And the replica counts. So yeah, this looks good. This looks very usable. And we also have the configs. This needs to be cleaned up. Like this needs to be gone now because we use the environment variables. This is temporary but can stay. This is empty. This is again just for staging to disable encryption. Again, just for staging, packet login, removed random delay, removed underscore register, enabled underscore register, username and password enabled. Bold. Now, I can theoretically make this configurable within the values file. I'm not sure if I want to though. Zone server. So this can be deleted, that's for sure. Gateway server. Actually, let me take a look what I have on production. for gateway server local config. Uh-huh. Yeah, encryption versions. Okay, so I do need that. Yeah, this is another thing. I need to consolidate all the configuration. Make sure that it's good. Also, login server. This is just the staging config, but for both staging and production, I need to be able to set like public keys from Ymirheim ID and stuff like that. World ID. Okay. So this is fine. Now I just need one more thing. I need to revert my changes with the external databases because, yeah, these two pods are failing and the zones also are not able to connect to the database because there is no external database. So this needs to be reverted to the test DB. And I need to create the test DB credential. Okay. So I need this secret. Again, just gonna leave the default username and password. This is just a test. Okay, so this test DB needs to be in here, here, and all of these. Okay. Is that everything? I think so. For now, yeah. So let's commit that. Yeah, we don't need that. Actually, let's not stage this in this commit. Let's take care of the test DB connection first. By the way, yeah, we are not seeing the test DB container, which is good. It should be only created when we have the test DB section enabled. Okay, so switch back to the test DB. Let's push that. Yeah, Flux is being stupid again. The previous customization didn't finish. So now it doesn't reconcile the new one. Why? Like, why? I need to read on that. So, what do I do, like according to an official documentation, when this happens? It's not suspended, but it doesn't deploy my latest changes because the previous ones failed. So what do I do in this case? Wait, you can install the Flux components directly on cluster and manage Helm releases with kubectl. Like, yeah. Okay, whatever. So how do I properly fix this state? It's still failing. Not kubectl, but Flux. Interesting. I don't know. I guess this thing is what I need. This is the previous commit, right? C65. It's actually even before that. So that's not, I guess, deployed. I don't know, this is so stupid. But okay, can I force unknown flag force? Recommended settings. So interval, check for new commits every minute and apply changes. So that's for a Git repository. Let's check what we have right now. And it's Flux system or no. Yeah, Git repository. Interval 1 minute. Token. Yeah. What is this ignore? Exclude all. Include deploy dir. What is that? I don't know. Okay, and customization. There it is. Interval 60 minutes. Detect drift and auto kubectl edits every hour. I have 10 minutes. Wait, true. Wait for all applied resources to become ready. Timeout 3 minutes. Give up waiting after 3 minutes. Retry interval. Retry every 2 minutes. Unapply or waiting failures. Print true. Remove stale resources from cluster. Force false. Enable this to recreate resources on immutable field changes. Target namespace for all resources. So they have the deploy folder. So they exclude all but deploy. No, I need all of the repository because this is just the repository for Flux specifically. Trigger and reconcile. Yeah, I tried that, it didn't fix. But yeah, this is just to manually trigger reconcile. Suspending and resuming. I mean, I can try suspending and resuming. When I find myself in a situation where you temporarily want to pause reconciliation, you can suspend it. Yeah, I know that. How do I, like, what actually I wanted to do? I wanted to give up on the old reconciliation. Because somehow we are in a failed state. The pods are still running, but they are in a failed state. How do I make it give up on that and actually deploy what I asked it to deploy? So yeah, what is the status actually? Ready false. Flux debug, debug customization apps show status. So what's the status? Progress with retry. Health check failed, status false. Okay, so it is reconciling. Progressing with retry. Okay, so I needed to cancel the reconciliation, right? Progressing with retry. The customized controller may get stuck trying to reconcile and apply customization without completing. This can occur due to some of the following factors. The source object does not exist on the cluster. The source has not produced the artifact yet. Customization dependencies are not ready. Specified path. Building the customization fails. Garbage collection fails. Running the health check fails. When this happens, the controller says the ready condition status to false. Yes, this is what we have. And that's a condition with the following attributes to the customization's conditions. So type reconciling. I don't know. The message field and the condition contain more information. While the customization has one or more of these conditions, the controller will continue to attempt reconciliation of the customization with the exponential backoff until it succeeds and the customization marked as ready. Note that customization can be reconciling while failing at the same time, for example, due to newly introduced configuration issue in the customization spec. When the reconciliation fails, the reconcile condition reason would be progressing with retry. When the reconciliation is performed again after the failure, the reason is updated to progressing. Like, and what do I do? Like, how can I cancel a reconciliation or force the reconciliation when I push something new? This is stupid. But okay, maybe we can take a look at source. No, not source. Actually, yeah, maybe source. Can I force the new reconciliation here on commit or something? What does ignore? Ignore the repository, I guess. Suspend. Triggering a reconcile. No. waiting for ready. When the change is applied, it's possible to wait. No, I don't want to wait. I want it to fail. Like, I don't really understand this behavior. Like, it tries to apply the failed customization. The previous version that was before in the repository. I push the new one, the fixed one. It ignores it and it still tries the previous one. I don't really understand this behavior and I don't know how to fix it properly. But yeah, I guess I can try to pause, suspend, and unsuspend it. And resume it. Maybe that will fix it. Because yeah, it's stuck. Like, how can I be sure that my new commits will actually trigger the reconciliation even if the previous one is failed? I don't see that. So what's the retry interval right now? I don't like this flux thing. Okay, so health check failed. So been doing that for 20 minutes. But okay, what are the actual values for this thing? Force false, interval 10 minutes. Interval. That's drift change, the drift detection, I guess. Path prone true. Timeout 5 minutes. Retry interval. Retry every 2 minutes and apply for weight and failures. What's the retry value? Retry interval. What's the default value? Is an optional field to specify the interval at which to retry a failed reconciliation. Unlike interval, this field is exclusively meant for failure retries. If not specified, it defaults to interval. An interval is 10 minutes. Okay. But it's retrying the old revision. Why? Deletion policy. I don't have it. After successfully reconciling the object, the controller requires it or queues it for inspection after the specified interval. The value must be okay. Do I have any health checks? No, I don't. Wait, true. Wait, true. Is this what got me? Wait. Is an optional boolean field to perform health checks for all reconciled resources as part of the customization. If set true, health checks is ignored. So what does that mean and why do I have it? I definitely copied it from someone else. Wait, true. Wait for all applied resources to become ready. Amount 5 minutes. So that's recommended. Still, I don't understand. Like, why, when I pushed a new version of a customization, it didn't try to deploy it? I pushed it, right? Yes, I did. So why it's still trying for the old one? Why it doesn't... Why it doesn't just deploy the new one? How can I make it do so? Even when the state has failed. This is annoying. Cheat sheet. Troubleshooting. Getting basic information. Warnings. Controllers. Changes not being applied. Are resources up to date and ready? How to check? Grafana dashboard. I don't want to install a Grafana dashboard. Flux CLI. Check for ready, true, suspend, false. So, get sources. So let's check sources. Ready, true, suspended, false. 6A96. Yes. So yeah, that's working. Right. Suspended is false everywhere, and ready is true everywhere, even on the Helm releases. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙠𝚂, check ready true. Customization Helm releases configured and ready. Like we know that they are not ready. Now what do I do? What? Okay, so what does this say? Helm upgrade failed for release. Failed to create resource deployments. TestDB is invalid. Secret key, ref, name, invalid value. Yeah, I know. Now what? Yeah, it's failing. I know. Can you get rid of it and install the new version? How do I resolve webhook? No. Some resource configured, event spam. So by default, Flux performs a health check for all Kubernetes resources created at install time. If any resource fails to become ready after 5 minutes, the Helm release will be marked as not ready. So this is the case I have right now. Ready, false. Suspended, false. To find a resource that caused the installation failure, you can print the events of the Helm release. I know what caused that. How do I fix this state? To inspect the failing resources, sure. With disable wait true. To inspect the failing resources, you can disable the health checks. With disable wait true, Flux will no longer wait for the resources to become ready, so you can inspect deployment and find the underlying issue. I mean, I know the issue. I fixed the issue. I pushed the new version. Can you please apply it? Like, I don't understand the state. And how do I avoid it? So, like, I have an idea maybe how I can fix it right now. Maybe I can suspend everything and resume everything, or delete the Helm release. That should fix it. The problem is I don't want to. And I don't want to actually delete the Helm release. All I needed to do is to do the upgrade with the new version. And it doesn't do that. Why? Let's take a look at... Wait, where? Components, Helm. Create configuration. It's an optional field to specify the configuration of the controller to use when running an Helm upgrade. So, our Helm release is this one. Install remediation retries. So what does that mean? That's some default values that I copied. So install remediation retries. Is an optional field to configure the remediation strategy to use when installation of Helm chart fails. The number of retries that should be attempted on failed before bailing. Remediation using an uninstall is performed before each attempt. Defaults to 0. Okay. Do I need an upgrade remediation or something? So the timeout. The time to wait for any individual Kubernetes operation like jobs for hooks during the upgrade of the release. Global timeout by default. Cleanup and fail allows deletion of new resources created during the upgrade for the release when it fails. Disable wait. Disables waiting for resources to become ready. Probably I need the force. Actually, maybe not. So upgrade remediation is an optional field to configure the remediation strategy to use when the upgrade of Helm release fails. So number of retries before bailing. Remediation strategy using the strategy is performed between each attempt. Strategy is this one. Okay. Defaults to 0. A negative integer equals to an infinite number of retries. So I guess it doesn't retry. Strategy, the remediation strategy to use when a Helm upgrade fails. Valid values are rollback and uninstall. Defaults to rollback. So why didn't it roll back if it's the default? Why didn't it roll back to the previous state? So I deployed a new revision, right, of a Helm release, a new Helm release. It tried to install it, failed. Why didn't it remediate by rolling back to the previous release? And why doesn't it try to install the newest version that I installed? I don't understand this. Debug Helm release. Server. Show status. Okay, status. Last deployed 1730. Status failed. Status failed. One failure. Conditions. Failed to upgrade after one attempt. Retry succeeded. Type stalled. Ready false. Upgrade failed. I know why. But why doesn't it fix it? Or deploy the new one? This is what I'm struggling to understand. Stalled. Like here they have the same thing. How do I fix it? How do I make sure that doesn't happen in the future? These are my values. Wait. Wait. This is my new values. Wait, maybe I'm stupid. So what was the actual error? Again. Deployment apps testDB is invalid. TestDB. Spec containers in v value from secret key ref. Invalid value. I'm stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. Officially. I didn't indent the line correctly. So looks like it was actually trying to deploy my new version. And it's failing. And it keeps the old one running. So everything actually works fine. I'm stupid. So let's see here. Deployment, fix, push, flux, get customization. Reconciliation is in progress. It shows the old revision. Does it show the revision that's like the latest that was working or what? Yeah, it's deploying. Now it's running. Applied revision. Oh my god. Okay, so it was working. It's just I was thinking that it was reaction to the problem that I had in the previous deployment, where I actually made it fail on purpose. Then I deployed the new one. It was failing, but showing the revision before the one that failed, and I thought it didn't apply. It didn't even like try to apply the new one. But yeah, it did try. I just didn't see it anywhere that it's actually trying to use the new revision. And I didn't treat the errors properly. If I analyze that correctly, I would see that it tries to access an empty secret. But okay, it works now. It actually works now. So we have a testDB, we have all of that stuff running. So kubectl get, not get, logs. Let's inspect the login server logs. Yeah. Let's see all containers. Liquibase ran successfully. So yeah, looks like it's working. Yeah, I was trying to research an non-existent problem. Okay. Yes, I guess my trouble, my title of the stream is correct. So, let me see. So yeah, we migrated to all the secrets properly. So now if I describe a pod, if I describe this pod, yeah, I cannot see the secrets directly. Nice. But yeah, let's inspect this. Yeah, looks good. Now all the secrets are properly hidden. Where is my... Yeah, elastic. Okay, good. That's also hidden. Okay, looks perfect. Looks actually perfect. So what's next? Here I just updated the image. Okay, so I think we are done with the chart. It's actually working now correctly. Now to scaling. It does work, we tested that, but I'm not gonna use it for now. Pod monitor, this is not being used now because we use OpenTelemetry directly. Okay, and this looks good. Yeah, I think we are done with the Helm chart. So, but yeah, I still need to figure out the configs. Maybe we will adjust the Helm chart based on that. 1 second, what else do I need? Yeah, I need to reorganize the config files. I probably need to change the namespaces a little bit. But yeah, let's work on the config files. This is the main thing now. Main focus. Everything else is like secondary, because if we have the configs set properly, that would mean that we are basically ready. Now we just need to set up the proper databases, replications for the databases. I would need to configure the connection to Elasticsearch. I would need to configure the connection to Prometheus. And we have our new environment. So let's close all of that. Configuration. I'm gonna leave this stage in analog for now. Gateway server. So for the gateway server, connection to the login server is being set automatically. 1 sec, I need to take a look at what I have at the moment. So Prometheus and Elastic login. That's good. Port, client listener. Yeah, I need to set the encryption versions here. Do I do that globally or per environment? I think I do that globally. Yeah. Actually, no. I need that to be different on staging and on production, because they have different key versions. So that means that we already have the staging. I don't have the config for that. That's gone. Crap. But okay, this will now become production. And here, we're gonna put this. So encryption is enabled. On staging, it is disabled. Here it's enabled. Minimal protocol, maximum protocol, max client signature key ID, server signature key ID. Oh my god, I also need to set the keys. Right. So not only config, I also need the keys folder. Crap, those are actually secrets. I cannot store them inside the repository. Those are actual secrets. Huh. Okay, we need to figure that out. And that also means where is the keys folder? I don't remember porting that actually. No, I should have ported it because otherwise it would fail because we don't have the how was it called? File system map or however that was called. So that's not in Boulder, that's in Ymirheim. Gateway server, right? What? Oh, no, wait. How does that work? That can't be in Boulder codebase, but maybe it is. Pretty sure I click Control Shift F. Interesting. Interesting. There it is. But that can be right. Client server auth. Or do I do this through app auth manager? There it is. So yeah, there is a key directory. Yeah, I need that. How do we define that? But okay, I can deal with that later. I just need to know where it's located. So let's write that down. I want to finish the configuration first. So client server auth keys mounted as secrets. Yeah, that's one thing that's missing right now, and that's really needed for production. But okay, back to the settings. We have the settings for the gateway production. That's production, that's staging. Let's not use production. Let's use the default thing. And staging just overrides that to false. Okay. But okay, we have that. Do I need anything else for the gateway server? Just ports. That's okay. And the keys, and that's it. Okay, that's the gateway. Now login server. That one is more complicated. So I need the settings for production to be a bit different. Let me take a look. So global, that's just to log in Elastic and Prometheus. Now here, connection to the gateway, we have that. Connection to Vault, database connection. Now authentication _ register should be disabled by default. Do we have that? It is disabled by default. Okay, now this is enabled. The token authenticator is enabled by default. Username password is disabled by default. That's good. So we don't need to state here anything about that. Although access level, registering user access level 1, register user character limit 8. Okay, that's good. I need to set the keys though. And that should be done in here. So these are public keys. So we can actually save them in the repository. These can be retrieved. Actually, is that the latest ones? I don't remember how to... Oh yeah, I have the link here. Okay, 6F7. Yeah. Yeah, that's the latest key. Okay, good. So this can be stored. And this is it. I want to be double sure. So I want to actually disable this here as well, because maybe I will make a mistake in the default configuration and enable this thing, for example, which should not happen on production. So yeah, underscore register enable false. Token authenticator enabled true. Password authenticator false. Okay. Looks fine. And maybe access level. Just to guarantee that nobody gets a higher access level on accident. Okay, that should be good. That's it for the login. So on staging though, we enable unknown packet login, sure. Authentication, we disable random delay, enable underscore register, and enable username and password authenticator. Okay, looks good. Let me exit that. So now Vault server. Yeah, this one is more complex though. Because this one, first of all, this should be for a specific ID. Maybe I can configure this in the env. No, let's keep it here. So this needs to be, what are the rules for the config files again? Configuration. So app name app_id.environment. So the environment is the last one always. So this should be vault server.asker. Yes. I didn't save this. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so for asker, that's vault ID1, channel count 1, required zone group hosts. Okay, that's also good. But yeah, that depends on our infrastructure. So maybe it would be a better idea to put at least these settings in env here. I don't know. Yeah, let's do that. So this means that I need env name vault __ required zone group hosts value this. Then we comment out this thing and say moved to the values, move to the env in values. Normal status character count, full status character count. Okay. Bold AD 1, channel count 1. Okay, that can stay the same. But yeah, this is more critical because when we change the replica counts here, so if we, for example, would reduce the amount of persistent zone servers, I would also need to reduce this as well. Otherwise, the vault would consider itself offline. Okay. So let's take a look what we have on the vault. One sec. Okay, so zone connection, login connection, database connection, vault. Yeah, only that. That is fine. I don't need anything else. Okay, so I have the vault. Although that's for staging. No. That's for everything. That's for everything. And yeah, it's good that we moved this so we can have these different for staging and for production. But everything else stays the same. Vault AD channel count. That's good. Okay. But yeah, we are done with the vault. Let's take a look at the zone. So the default zone server settings. Okay, so vault connection, gateway connection, we have that. Database connection, that's it. That's it. So yeah, we only need this. And I think I'm gonna move that again to the .env, not .env, but to the env settings. By default, we're gonna set it to empty and say that, again, this is moved to the env in values. I hope it's not gonna get treated as a value. Shouldn't be. But okay. Anyway, it's gonna fail to parse, so we should be good. So now here for this zone, actually I'm gonna move it above the node selector. So we can do the same here. Zone manager, __, supported zone groups. And the value for towns is gonna be towns. For persistent, that's gonna be persistent. And for transient, that's gonna be transient. So then we can get rid of these files. Delete. Okay. That way we can have more control in here in the values file. Okay. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. Now, do I need anything else? Let's review the default configs. I think we have everything. I wanted feature flags actually to be set. And make sure to test them. Feature flags. So zone server. Yeah, they belong here. I need to bring all the other feature flags in here because I don't even remember what I have. But first, let's finish reviewing this thing. Okay, looks good. That's the local development configs. Okay. Okay, I think we are good. Yeah, feature flags. Let's specify all of them so I can easily find them in one place. Okay, market, mail, monster aggro, trades. Trades, mail, I need market to be there as well. Trades, market, mail, monster aggro test. Okay. Looks good. That's good enough. Okay. This one's empty. Stage and analog config. I don't know if I need this. The only difference is the info console outputs the stuff. Maybe I'm gonna add it to the default settings actually. So I will be able to see the trace and debug logs on the staging environment without being afraid that it's gonna load the server and it's still going to output the values only to the console. So it should be good. No? Yeah, I think we should be good. I don't know, to be honest. Like it's useful on early levels of debugging, like to see if components talk to each other, to what hosts they try to connect to. But probably I don't need it. I'm just gonna use the production analog config. I don't know. Let's leave it in here for now. Not gonna add it to the default config, but here I think it may be useful just for now. So gateway server, that's good. On staging, encryption is disabled. Login, we make sure that underscore register is disabled. Token authentication is enabled. Password authentication is disabled. We have the public keys. Registering user access level. Okay. Now for staging, we enable unknown packet logs. Disable random delay, enable underscore register, and enable both authentication providers. Okay. Vault server asker, that's vault ID 1, channel count 1. And that thing, okay. Zone manager, we comment out supported zone groups by default. And we override them in the values. Supported zone groups. Should be good. And we have feature flags commented out just in case I want to enable them or disable them quickly. Okay, looks good. Let's commit that. Wait, first I think I need to commit something here. No, those are just def values. Let's push that. Okay. So that's there. We need to now push this. So let's stage everything, double check. We deleted that. Fix this. Added this. Changed this. Deleted this. And this. So now here in the vault we have required zone groups and supported zone groups for the zone servers defined. Okay, looks good. Configuration files reorganized. Okay, we deploy that and we can check if it actually works. So it should recreate everything, right? Why doesn't it do that? Customize build failed. Accumulating. Oh, yeah. My bad. I know what's wrong. I changed the list of files, but I didn't update it here. So we have general, we have analog staging, gateway server staging, login server, login server staging, vault server asker, and zone server just by itself. Let's double check. So general, analog staging, gateway server staging, login server staging, vault server asker, zone server. Okay. Customization fix. Okay. Pods are recreating. That's good. Now it's running. How do we check it? We need the logs of the login. That would be the main indicator. Status of flight. Now it's good. Okay, good. So everything is connected together. Let's see. Get world asker 1. So yeah, we get zone groups transient, persistent towns, persistent, transient. Now it became good. Finally, Then we create zone instances. Looks good. Where do we have the zone advertised host names, by the way? I think on the gateway level, right? How is it called? Gateway -01. Yeah, those are the URLs. Looks good. Persistent to transient to default SVC cluster. Okay. Okay, looks good. Looks good. So that works. Can mark that as complete. So now I have a question. Why Flux uses Flux system namespace by default, but in the setting, in the examples, it actually says the namespace default. One sec, where was the example repository? Monitoring example. What examples do they have? Multi-tenancy, monitoring, HubSpoke? What's that? But yeah, I was using this customize Helm example. Those two are archived. So I want to see what's the recommended way. Where do we store the Flux related resources? Because to me it seems like they prefer it to be in the Flux system namespace, but the actual resources then need to be marked as created in the target namespace. So where was it? Release the repository. So yeah, I do Helm repository in the namespace default. So this object is being stored there. Even though to me it looks like it would be better if it stores in the Flux system repository. Like this one. Namespace Flux system. GitLab. GitLab is also in the Flux system. And my apps is in the Flux system. So the apps itself, let's see, what is the recommendation? I can just look here. Clusters, production, apps, namespace Flux system. Then they reference apps products for production. So apps, production, customization. Resources base pod info, and it patches the thing. So resources base pod info. No. Yeah. Base pod info, customization. This customization is in the namespace pod info. So it doesn't seem to be like useful, like not useful, but what's the word? Consistent to me. Some customizations are stored in Flux system, some customizations are in other namespaces. And in my case, again, I have apps customization itself in Flux system, the same as they have, but this customization uses this customize no wait apps, yeah, it uses this, and this one is in the namespace default. So yeah, I followed this example and I don't think I like it. I don't know. Do they say anything about namespace? Applications. This app's configuration is structured into apps base directory contains namespaces and Helm release definitions. Because I can have a Helm release in the namespace Flux system, but it can target another namespace. Like there is a target namespace property available. So I don't know. What's the best practice for this? Cert manager. And yeah, looks like this is intended. Do they have, I think they had something like best practices or something. We've seen it somewhere, guides. Like, where do they recommend storing that thing? So these values are used by the Helm controller as a template to create a new Helm chart resource in the same namespace as the source ref. Wait, they can... This is notifications in Slack. Notification control, I want this. Sparse Discord, that's nice. Yeah, I will define that later, because yeah, I need the tokens and stuff like that. I'll figure that out later. But yeah, I definitely want these alerts. That's good. But I digress. I wanted to figure out the namespace convention that they recommend and what would be the best for me. What are sealed secrets? In order to store secrets safely in a public or private Git repository, you can use... no. I don't need to store secrets in the repository. Thank you. There was something about best practices. What? Security best practices. Content best practices. Style guide. Okay, so startup flags ensure... Yeah, I don't use any of that. Resource isolation. Sure, additional Flux instances are deployed when mission critical tenants workloads must be assured. Probably, yeah. I don't need to consider the namespaces of Flux entities to be in terms of convenience, but probably not from the convenience standpoint, but I need to look at them from the security standpoint. So let's say we have Flux system that controls the cluster itself, right? And we have the apps which are deploying to their own namespaces. So probably that is a better practice, I guess. Okay, nothing here that I can use. I guess we follow the same thing that we were following. Let me close that. So our apps, our main apps customization lives in the Flux system, and it uses the apps here. But inside, each app should use its own namespace. By default, by the way, I should change the default namespace to something else. By the way, can I manage node labels through this thing? I'm pretty sure I can. So maybe I need to do all of this manually, and I can now. How to create a label in Kubernetes besides command line? Do we have like a manifest for a label? I don't think we can. Yeah, there is no separate resource called label or something like that. We can only use the 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 to label nodes. Yeah. Okay, so we cannot manage labels from Flux, labels on the nodes, but that's okay. Okay, so that's fine. I'm not gonna move Flux resources to Flux system. So, okay, we still have one more thing to implement, a big thing. The keys folder. How do I do this? And where? So essentially I need a volume to be mounted from a secret, right, to this keys client server auth directory. Also, one sec. Values. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah, I cannot combine gateway 01, gateway 02. So this is going to be our new convention, I guess. Sure. Just previously I had gateway 01 as a single word, but that's okay. Okay, so keys. I need just 2 files for the latest keys to be mounted. How are we gonna do that? So technically I can do that even from here. To do that I need what? Volume mounts and volumes. So that's defined on each instance level, right? So here I can, for example, do volumes, then what? Name, keys dash client, keys client. I need a secret in this case. Yeah, like that. So secret name. And this is gonna be Ymirheim server keys client secret, and I need another one, keys server. So for client, that's public key. For a secret, that's private key. Okay. So we have that. But that's just the volumes. Now I need the volume mount. Those are on the same level, right? Yeah, in the same level, at least in the values configuration. Here I'm just gonna use this. So keys client gets mounted to app keys, client server auth, client. But wait, does that mean that I mount, wait, I need to mount all the files from the secret. So what does this do? That files in the secret volume. You can make your data hidden by defining a key that begins with a dot. This key represents a dot file or a hidden file, for example, when the following secret is mounted into a volume, secret volume. The volume will contain a single file called secret-file. Yeah. And the dot file test container will have this file present at etc secret volume. Yeah. So yeah, this should work exactly as I assume. Return true. And I need the same one for the server. Right, and I need the same for the other gateway. Right. Doesn't look very nice, but that's what it is. I need that to be there. I could make this configurable in the Helm chart. So that would be something like, no, I think that would be pretty specific. That would be like client server auth key secret, or I don't know. But still, I would need to define two secrets, right? Let's do that. Let's do that. So I need something like this, right? Something like this. So this is not config map name, but secret name. And this is gonna be... Still, it's gonna be a directory. So... Wait, how do we call it? Handshake controller. What is going to be? Client server auth server your secret name. I don't know. Why do I call it that way? Client server auth. Because we also have the component authentication, which uses similar thing, right? The XML files, keys dir, key name token, app name app ID. So yeah, in the keys directory, have something like gateway server .01 folder, and then public and private files inside. Okay. The authorized keys. Authorized keys. So that's technically client signatures, right? And server signatures. Oh, I don't know. Client server auth, server directory secret name. Without the default there. And we're gonna name it client server auth server keys. Server keys. Naming is the hardest thing. Client server auth server keys. Client server auth server keys directory secret name. Yeah, I guess. So this is gonna be it. Then we have client keys. Right. Then we need to mount them. And it's gonna be mounted at this location. And the same I need for the server. Right, for client. This is server. Server keys, client keys. Okay. Okay, so now we can add that to the values in here somewhere. And the second one. Right. And then we can use these here. So for client, it's this. For server, it's this. And here, let's move it above the node selector. Yeah, those are actually only for the gateway server. Maybe we can name it like that. So like gateway server keys, gateway client keys. No, no. That's client server auth keys, server keys. This isn't correct. Client server auth server keys. This is client keys. The name is confusing. I probably should have come up with some more easy to work with name. But okay. So this is going to be gateways, client server, authentication, keys. And for this one, we need two secrets. This one. And this is going to be from file. And file name is going to be critical. So for server, we need a file named like this. located somewhere there. And for the client, secret like this, and file like this. Wait, client. For client, it's this. Should probably swap those two. Client first, server next. Okay, so gateways, client server authentication keys, client server auth, client keys. So client 20 4001 public. For server 34001 private. Okay. So we need that and that. And that should be it. Let me see. Create secret from file. Wait. TLS. Could theoretically use that, but I don't think I need to. From file. Yeah. So that should be it. Although, yeah, I need to create the actual secrets to be able to use it. So for now, we're gonna test it with something simple. Like here, for example, we're gonna create a file called test.pem test key. Right. And we need to create those two secrets. So first, this one from test.pem. Create it. Second one is this one. Test.pem. kubectl describe secret. This one, for example. Yeah, we have that file. So now, first of all, we need to deploy this. We need to also increase the chart version and push that. So we add this, chart version, and the values. Okay, so this is gateways Client server health keys support. Push that. So now we need to update the chart version in here somewhere. Right. Should be good. So let's wait for the server to build the new chart. It's done. By the way, what's the time of building the database now? 15 seconds. It's still slowish a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. So now we can deploy this. So new chart version. These two secrets referenced. And the README with the example of creating the secret. Let's push that and see what happens. Okay, this is suspicious. Flux get customization. Something broke. Flux get Helm release. What? Zero 1 4. Ready unknown. Running upgrade. Action with timeout. What's wrong? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙠𝚂 describe Helm release. Ymirheim server. Great, succeeded. Ah, here. Succeeded. For 104. I mean, what? How come 104 if I referenced 105 and deployed? Reconciliation is in progress. What's going on? I guess it just took some time. Now it's restarted. Okay, sure. Gateway servers are not starting. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 describe this thing. Describe pod. Mount volume. Failed for volume that. Config map not found. Uh-oh. My bad. Yeah, I used config map. Why? Right, so this is secret name, and it's not optional when it's defined. Now I need a new chart version 106. Chart bug fix. We can also delete the test file. Push that. So 106 now. Release 106. Let's wait for it to finish building. It's finished. Commit. Push. Oof. Some reason it takes some time to get the new chart version, deploy the new chart version. Does it like update the chart repository once a minute or something? Probably it does that, yeah. But I would assume if it sees the new version, it tries to do the update automatically. It looks like it's not. Okay, it just recreated. And now gateway is running. So kubectl logs. Okay, that's good. So how can I enter the pod? Kubectl attach. Kubectl attach, not attack, attach. That's the game date now, it defaulted to Ymirheim server. Do I need to exec bash? Probably. Exec pod -- command. What? kubectl exec stdin tty bin bash. Thank you. So now have the keys. Client server auth. Client. Yeah, now cat 20 whatever. Test key. Perfect. It's exactly what I needed. Okay, we have the keys. That's done. Do we need anything else? I think this is actually it. Now I need to actually properly configure all of this, connect to an external database instead of the testDB, connect to Prometheus, connect to Elasticsearch, set all the secrets properly, not with the test values, but actual credentials. Create the key credentials. But yeah, looks like it's actually working. Where is my good status? Give me a good status. There it is. Okay. So I think this is it. I think we have all the features now that I need to run the game server in production in Kubernetes. I just need to test and see if that actually works and do some deployment testing. By the way, deployment testing. So we can probably, I don't need this dashboard anymore, by the way. We can issue a new test release, I guess. So let's say we do I have a new game data? I don't think I have one. F669. What's the latest version? Yeah, that's the latest version. Well, I can make a new test release of the game data. Because I want to see how the actual release of both the game data and the server works. So this should rebuild the new image of the game data. We have a new image of the server, right? App 406. Yeah, I have a new one. So we go to administration, Ymirheim, Kubernetes, pipelines, new pipeline. And we set the new server revision to the app. And game data, is it done building? Yes, it's done building. To there. Run. So it should create a new revision here. New commit. Perfect. So let's see. Yeah, that's the automatic deployment. These are our new versions. E3DC for app. Yes. 0D1B for game data. Yes. And kubectl get pods. Yeah, they just got recreated. So that's good. The testDB remain untouched. That's correct. So that's it. Flux get customization. Latest release B35. Yeah, that's the deployment via GitLab CI. Okay, so now I can just extremely quickly create a new release from GitLab, and it's gonna do all of that automatically. Restart everything. So I think we're done. I have like a bunch of wishes in terms of like I wish the servers would react to configuration reload automatically in terms of being able to control, for example, a vault status override through the config files. But that needs to be implemented. And technically, I don't really need it right now. I didn't have it before. Right now, the main task for me is to actually make it work within the Kubernetes cluster, and then we figure out what we need. What else do we need? But this already should be good enough. It's running. I don't see any problems. Let's see here. kubectl logs of this thing. Status is good. So yeah, looks fine. I think we're finally ready to actually do some testing. One thing that I need to figure out is, so far I have just this single instance of Ymirheim server. Also, it's in the default namespace. Probably it would be a good idea to reorganize it a little bit and have the staging cluster, the staging instance in the staging namespace, and production in production, or something like that. Or for client releases, I'm actually using different terminology. I'm using like dev, internal, beta, and release naming. So maybe I can use that for the namespaces. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. So the base app, Ymirheim server, namespace default. Helm repository in the namespace default. Also, I think I need to put this configuration into the base so I can reuse it across multiple things. Yeah, let's do that. So we move this folder into this, into here. Then where was it defined? Here, config map generator. Let's copy this to this customization. and leave only that. So hopefully that works. Right. Now this is specific to a certain release. So app game data values, yes. Have customization. So now here we remove the listed configs. We're gonna list these things. Customize config, values patch. Yeah, those are the values patch. So yeah, we should be good. So first let's test if this actually works. So we're gonna commit all of that. We moved the conf directory to the base where it's supposed to be. Let's see what happens when we deploy that. Okay, it just recreated everything. Can I bash into that? Cd conf local. I have my files, nice. So for example, if I cat Ymirheim server vault server asker, yes, I have my settings. Okay, good. So that seems to be working fine. Flux get customization. Good. So that worked and that triggered the redeployment. Now, if I change a setting, let's say just modify the file. Let's pretend that we changed the feature flags instead. Oh, that can be bad. But okay, let's see what's gonna happen, because this is important. I need to be able to change the config files without recreating the pods. So config file change test. So customization is there, this is there. Let's SSH into the pod, cd conf local cat Ymirheim zone server. So right now I have a line break right there, right? Let's see, we push that. Will we get kicked out of the console? Hopefully not. We're not. Okay, that's promising. And the file is updated. Hallelujah, nice. So this is exactly what I needed. So I didn't recreate the pods, that's correct, but it did update the config files. So kubectl get pods, yeah, those are running for 9 minutes. They didn't get restarted, except that testdb did get recreated. No, that's 17 minutes. I thought that maybe that's 1 minute or something. No, everything's fine. I can actually update the settings without recreating everything. I like it. Now what? Yeah, I was going to try and separate environments. So I need 2 environments, production and staging, right? Yeah, this is a little bit confusing right now because my cluster is named YH Kubernetes, Ymirheim Kubernetes. But that's not the environment of the server inside. So within this cluster, I could theoretically have different environments. So what do we have here? Customization, base Ymirheim server, values patch. We have local values, app image, game data tags. This is for automatic reload. And this is the actual patch. And those are the actual values. So what I think I'm gonna do, let's create a customization here. New file. Wait. Let's copy this. So in here, we add a new file, customization YAML. And we do it like this. And let's rename this Ymirheim server to Ymirheim server staging. So this references the values patch. It references customize config. Yes, this is it. So here I just need to specify it like Ymirheim server staging / customization. Think this should work. So let's see. Apps references the apps directory of this cluster. Have apps, this cluster, and we only have the customization file here. So when we have the customization file here, it shouldn't go looking into other directories, right? Then inside that directory, we have a customization for the staging cluster. Let's test this, and then we will change the namespaces and see if that works. So commit. We need to commit. Folder reorganizing. Let's see if that works. Flux get customization. Okay, we have some problem. Customize build failed, accumulating resources. Accumulating resources from Ymirheim server staging customization. Open. Wait. Apps. Customization, no such file directory. Let's build a directory. Not a valid directory of eval symlink. So what couldn't it find? Apps. Ymirheim server staging. What? Apps, Ymirheim Kubernetes, Ymirheim server stages, stating. See, made a typo. Staging. Let's take a look. Customize failed. Missing metadata name in object customize config. Customization must build a directory. File is not directory. How? Must build a directory. Ah. Wait, how do I do this? Wait, I need the alerts for later. Let me actually write it down so I don't forget. Set up Discord notifications for Flux. Okay, customize controller, customization. The customization API defines a pipeline for fetching, decrypting, building, validating, and applying customized overlays or plain Kubernetes manifests. The customization customer resource definition is the counterpart of customization YAML config file. So customization with a name. Can path be an array? With an optional field to specify the path to the directory in the source artifact containing the customization YAML file or the set of plain YAMLs of which customization YAML should be generated. It defaults to blank, which translates to the root of the source artifact. Okay. What about resources? I don't see it. Resources. Wait. Okay, I think I understand. So yeah, this is not the type of customization that I want. They use customization for customize, customization for Flux, and those are different things, right? So for me, I need a named customization. No. Maybe it should be like that. It should be a folder. Remember something about that? Oops. What happened? Where is my staging thing? Okay, so we do a folder. Okay, so we have the apps in all namespaces. Still, we have just apps and Flux system. Have our old pods, so they are running. Ooh, everything looks fine. Right. Now, what if I copy this directory and name this... Actually, not production, not staging. This should be my release stages, actually. So this is Ymirheim server release. And this one is gonna be internal. So what if we reference only the internal here in this customization? And for release, let's comment out everything. Comment out the database, and we comment out all the instances. Well, maybe we actually set up the test database. Why not? Set up the test database. Name override. This, though, will be release. Something like that. Technically, I just need them in separate namespaces, but that's gonna be a problem. For now, I just want to see if the release gets ignored if it's commented out here. So I'm gonna define it and comment it out. Okay, so multiple release stages test. Let's push that and see what happens. Nothing. Okay, good. This is exactly what I wanted. But let me double check. 0827 revision. Yes, that's it. So now if we uncomment this release setup, let me double check. So the values, we have the test DB, all the instances are commented out, and we have name override for the release. I need to commit this. Okay, we have a failed something. Recursed merging from path release may not add resource with an already registered ID, Helm repository. So yeah, we do need to separate the namespaces. Okay, I see. I see. So yeah, now the separation between namespaces actually makes sense. So now here, this customization namespace, let's do Ymirheim server release. Or just YH release. It's gonna be easy for me to type. Can I do it like that? Would that be enough? Namespace not found. Okay, namespace not found. That's good. That's actually good. Do I define the namespace in here maybe? How do I do this? I mean, I could create a namespace manually, but I actually want it to be created automatically. Is that enough that I just put the YAML there? No. Can I do this? Okay, reconciliation is in progress. I think it's failing because of the missing secret or something. Get deployment. all namespaces. Okay, let's see. Debug customization apps. Show status. Doesn't show anything. But I did create a namespace, right? Yes, I did create a namespace. No resources found in there. Get Helm release. Okay. Helm chart is not ready. Helm chart. No artifact available for Helm repository. Source Ymirheim server. Why? Helm repository. Credentials. Can I put a Helm repository in the namespace Flux system and have the secret in there as well and just reuse it? I don't know. But okay, we're gonna figure that out next time because I need to go. It's late already, very late. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. I don't even think I have time to rate somebody. I just need to go. So yeah, this is gonna be it. I don't remember. We figured everything and then we broke everything. So that's fun. But yeah, at least the chart itself is working, the server is working. I just need to figure out these environments and have separate environment for release, for internal. And that should be fine. So yeah, that's it for today. I will probably be back tomorrow. So yeah, hope to see you next time. And bye-bye. Have a nice day.